First thing I see in the chat. Where is he? I assume we mean the Binks. Sir Binks-a-lot. Come hither. Come here. Come here. It's like, human, I am sleeping. Come here, bud. Yeah, that's a good boy. He made it first jump. He's like, oh, heck yes. Human climb. Here, don't eat my hand. I'm just fixing your tie. Making you so handsome. Say hello. Hi. Merry Christmas, everyone. Dressed up all fancy in his Christmas Day suit. It's mostly his birthday suit, but also it has a tie. There. Now you shouldn't fall down. Tucked in good. So Merry Christmas, everyone. Any Anything really exciting happened today for anyone? Not a lot of food. So I think I'm supposed to talk to her now.
Sounds to me like you've stirred up a bit of fuss with the raiders. Couldn't have happened to a nicer bunch of murderers. But more importantly, I hear you've stolen the cure. Mind if I see it? Of course she'll be safe. We're just going to do our own research for the cure and then ransom her back for our freedom. You've seen how Asher and his people treat us. It's far,
No,
far kinder
and
than they
yes.
deserve.
Yeah, I did. Watched some TV, made some crepes. Binks didn't eat the crepes, but he watched very intently. He's a good boy.
She'll be all right, just not with me. Asher's guards are always watching me. They'd find her right away. Werner sent me word that he's hiding out in the steel yard. He's got everything there to take care of the cure. Take it to him and he'll handle the rest. Now get going.
Alright. We have a new mission, Binks. We must go locate Werner. We are pretty much done this DLC. There was not a lot left when I finished up on Wednesday. Still can't, like, free them or anything. Even though we overthrew the bad guys. Which I think is weird. I should be able to, like, rescue him or something. I think. Nope, we can't go this way. Which way am I supposed to go? to Uptown. Gotta go this way. All the way to the top. So did anybody else do something exciting today? I don't know that I did anything crazy exciting, but I mean, it was a nice chill day. Which, I mean, it's kind of cool. Usually I spend my Christmas Eve, like, ha, there's a pencil mohawk, that's awesome. Usually I, like, spend Christmas Eve driving, and then Christmas Day I'm exhausted. But not this year. This year, since I stayed home, I didn't have to drive for, like, 10 hours. And I got to sleep in. Bye-bye. Alright, we're going this way. I guess he's in here. In theory, these guys seem to have it under control. But this douche. There we go. Who else we got up here? I think they've got it from here. I will take that. Kitten. No, no, no. What should we do, Binks? What do you think? think we'll go like that. Excuse me. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're gonna be a cyborg. Okay. So. Seems like we're going out this way.
Woo! Saw you fighting in the hole. What a piece of work. Now I know why you ain't afraid of those drugs. No hard feelings, huh?
Interesting. I have an option to talk to him.
Understood, champ? But if you want to keep collecting ingots, I still got plenty of gear stashed away. You bring me ingots, I'll make sure you get rewarded. Can't be more fair than that.
Alright, well, I shall let you live, I suppose. If you have more presents for me in the future, if I come back here. And now we go outside. Buffo. Alright. Where exactly am I trying to go here? Right. I think this way. Well, hello, kitten. I hope you don't think you're gonna go up on the shelf. That's not going to happen. You're very pretty, but you don't belong on the shelf. Uh-oh. Come here, sweetness. You don't belong up there. I'm sorry to tell you. You belong down here, not on the shelf. You can go in your little kitty house. That is your shelf. This here, that's your shelf. Go in there. Okay. So, up these stairs. butter knife. Not entirely a necessity. So we were up here before. Before we couldn't go in here. And now it's unboarded. And we can go inside. And there's our friend.
Ah, you finally made it. I've got everything ready and there are plenty of tests to run, so hurry up and put the brat in the crib. Yeah, because you would have just whined about it. If you aren't getting your hands dirty, you aren't making a difference. Welcome to the world. What's important is that the kid is here now, and we can move on to the last part of the plan. That's just a simple matter of letting the Trogs overrun Haven and take care of the bosses for us. That's the spirit. Just stick with the plan, and everything will work out fine. Only thing that's left is to finally wipe out all the bastards in Uptown, and that honor falls to you. Simple. Get someone else to do it for you. And there's a whole city full of Trogs hungry to do the job. The only thing keeping them out of Uptown are those floodlights, and I know where you can shut those off. Shut off Uptown's lights, and the Trogs will sweep in to take care of the rest. Sorry, doll, but I'll be busy setting everything up with the squirt here. But for you, I guess I can spare a few supplies. You can get to the power plant from a manhole down in the steel yard. Near the train tracks, you can't miss it. Head down there, find the floodlight controls, and turn off Uptown's floodlights. I'll meet you back downtown. And here, take this. You'll want to stay hidden when the Trogs come. Now get moving.
Okay, so we're gonna take what we want from here. I think that's it. Just his little bit of stuff. So now we have to go deal with Uptown. Well, howdy to you as well. Thank you for joining me. I know I'm starting way later than I usually do today. Yeah, I'm not gonna make that jump. We're gonna climb down. I'll make that jump. So how's your Friday been going? I think we already searched most of this place pretty thoroughly. There's still like 30 ingots out here that we haven't found. But we did pretty good on that. We're heading over to the sewer tunnel, so it should be just over here. Alright, or it could run that way. That works too. It was pretty good. Pretty chill. Talked to my family and stuff for the morning and made some crepes. Watched a bunch of cartoons with Binks. Mostly he napped and I watched the cartoons, but I mean, he helped. Let's get some light. Quite the pile of dead bodies and meaty chunks in here. It's always a good sign. No. I really can't carry anything else. Don't even know why I'm looking for loot. Come on, let me do the thing. Ah, hello. Usually I go until 8, but I've also been starting at noon for all my streams this month that were not on Christmas. Today I'll probably stream a little bit later than 8, but I don't think it'll be a full 8 hours today. Oh, hi! Thank you for stopping by. Merry Christmas to you as well. I appreciate people jumping in, even if they can't stick around for very long. I don't even need that. Okay. Going this way. Ooh. Look at all that jet. I actually made this Santa hat, and it's like, this part is super fuzzy, so it's like really comfy. I'm really enjoying my hat that I made. Since I started knitting hats, like, I don't know, 7, 8 months ago, whenever I got laid off shortly after that, I have like 20 hats now that I didn't even try to sell. I just kept them. Like, yep, my hat now. Now I have way too many. Merry Christmas to you as well. Otherwise, just maybe. It's fair. Gotta know what you're signing up for. You want one? I made a bunch of them. Only sold one. You want one? Hit me up. Still for sale. Well, that'll work for now. Binks is already fast asleep, just snoring away. So many body pieces. Oh, I didn't even want a wrench. Okay. Oh, oh. Alright, I think that's all the ones I didn't search yet. Success. Nothing important there, except for that. What do I want to do here? Go this way? Or did I come from this way? Woof. I haven't saved in a while. Probably wouldn't hurt. That is a pretty fancy doggo breakfast. Does Binks have a Christmas outfit? Well, he's being a sleepy boy, so he might just sit here nicely so you can see. Turn your tags a little bit. He's still asleep. It's like Human. It is nap time. He's got his fancy tie on. All dressed up fancy for Christmas. He's waving even though he's asleep and he doesn't know it. He wishes you all a very sleepy Christmas. Silly boy. Can't even sit up. Yes, he's a very fancy boy. Aren't you? Such a fancy, gentle sir. That doesn't look like it's nice for your neck. I will let you lay back down. Silly, sleepy boy. Just refuses to wake up. He's like, no, if I don't open my eyes, eventually she'll let me go back to sleep. It's just how it works. He is. He's crazy freaking adorable, aren't you? All the cutes. You got all them cutes? Such a handsome boy. Okay. So I'm thinking... This place is full of bodies now because I blew them up. There's just so much jet everywhere here. Like, no wonder all of the workers were being replaced with robots. Everybody was just sitting around all day doing jet. I assume most of it probably could have got here after the apocalypse, but you know. Ah, hello. Merry Christmas to you as well. Thank you for joining us. Oh, something is following us. Somebody was on their way to lunch. Beer and some mac and cheese. Pretty good lunch, too. Beauty. Yeah. Wander and begin your hunt. Hello. Broken terminal. You'll have nothing to offer. Alright. Turned off the floodlights. It's just all liquor. No room for that in our pockets. But I will take your drugs. Cheers. Oh no, you've dropped your drink. I did get a little package of some treats and stuff. And it came with like a mix to make sugar cookies. And a few months ago, I bought myself cookie cutters in the shape of Totoro, like from My Neighbor Totoro. If any of you guys have seen that, I hope you have. So probably later tonight after the stream, I'll be making some Totoro cookies. Other than that, didn't really get a lot for Christmas. So I like cookies though. Cookies are pretty tasty. It is anime. It's a movie from Studio Ghibli. They did a lot of work with Disney to make the English versions. So they're all on, I think it's, I want to say Disney Plus, but I think it might actually be Netflix. I can't remember now. One or the other has all of them right now. Fair enough. I suppose you could say that that's a reasonable gift. But I mean, like, unless you hate anime, you should definitely check out My Neighbor Totoro and Spirited Away. And then, if you don't love them, don't watch the rest of them, but at least try those two. They're so worth it. Like I said, these ones are just movies. So really, they only have to hold your interest for a couple hours. Like, they don't have any series. That is the case with some anime. If you want something a little faster paced that has many features I enjoy, such as excellent music, cool technology, and lots of explosions, you should check out Guilty Crown. It's really good, very twisty, kind of twisted, very cool. One of my favorites. Ah, the Binks. I think you're actually going to want to wake up for this part. That's a treat for you. Mmm. At some point, next time I stand up, I will grab some, like, milk bones or something a little more exciting for you to snack them on. See, I believe that there is an anime out there for everyone. You just have to find the right one. I mean, I happen to have a mild obsession, so a lot of them are the one. For me. But I still think there's at least one for everyone. I want to dead them. Bahaha. I'm supposed to be leading them, but hey. I think I went the wrong way. So I spent the majority of my day today watching Bravest Warriors. If any of you guys don't know what that is and you've watched Adventure Time, it's basically Adventure Time for adults with, like, more swearing and murdery and adult content type stuff going on. It's pretty excellent. Haha. Run with me, my friends.
Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! Ah!
I went the wrong way. Yeah, I don't really have a lot of food options. Dragon Ball Z is good times. Dragon Ball was one of those series that took a long time to get to the point of things. Still good though. A missile launcher called Old Bessie. I can dig it. Binks is he's not quite as comfy as he looks. You'd think he's kind of like squishy and chonky, but really he's solid muscle. He is a buff baby. Yeah. So buff. His workout routine is every time you hear a noise, run in the opposite direction of that noise and then towards the noise while screaming, and then run up and down the stairs. Every time you hear a noise, just do that, and you'll be at least as buff as Binks. But you have to do it on your hands and legs. That way you get the full body workout. Basically, as long as you run around and never relax until, like, the moment you lay down and then you fall asleep. That's the Binks lifestyle. That's how he rolls. Do these things and you will be buff like Binks. Okay. Where am I supposed to be? I feel like the marker just moved. Or maybe I was headed this way all along. I don't really know. But we're going this way.
This stuff stinks.
I think I want to be down there. Down the stairs.
Can't believe we actually eat this.
There he is.
Nice work, pal. When I saw those lights go down, I swear I heard the trogs laughing. I think I speak for all of the ex-slaves here when I say, good riddance to those bastards. May they rot in a glowing grave. Yeah, everybody's happy. Medea says she'll take care of the kid when she's not too busy with everything else. Don't worry about it. We cut a few corners on researching the brat, so we've already got something good to keep down the rats. It's on the house. But the real wealth of the city is in that steel mill. You'll have access to the ammo press in there, so go nuts. You earned it, kid.
Cool.
It's not that easy. This is still our home, and there's still lots of work to be done. Killing Asher's just the first step. But if you want, you could keep collecting steel from the steel yard. Most folks can't handle it, and the foreman would see you get a reward. And if you really care, Medea said she's looking for toys for the brat. I guess if you find anything, you could bring them to her. But don't you worry about it. I'll be here to take care of getting the city back into shape. You just bask in the glory, huh? I got folks working on it 24/7. It'd go faster if they didn't keep fussing about not hurting the little squirt. Medea's the worst of them. Keeps asking people to bring the kids toys or some sort of bullcrap. You'd think an old slave like her would know how to work without raising a fuss, right?
So I think we're pretty much done.
Quick, bosses are watching.
We're all indebted to you for setting us free from those bastards. You just don't know what a difference you've made. Now the rest is up to us. And I have to admit, it's pretty daunting. At least Werner's taking care of organizing the city, so I can work on the cure. She's a handful is what she is. I mean, I'm glad she's healthy and I take care of her like she's my own, but it's a full-time job. And I hardly have any time to work on finding a cure from her. People help out here and there, but she's just such a handful. That sure would help me out. Happier Maria's, the more likely I can get a full night's sleep for once in my life. She seems to really enjoy teddy bears. Creepy little things, but I guess she doesn't know any better. Bring as many as you can, and you'll get paid plenty for it. I promise.
I can sell her teddy bears.
And I have a diaper to change and blood samples to run.
Can't open the crib. She's trapped in there. But this is where the baby lives now. Survived quite the adventure in our pocket. And now it lives in that little dome thing, Baby Yoda style, I guess. The deer nose is actually just a filter. But thank you, I thought it was kind of cute. I did not want his armor. Problematic. Almost. Food. So close. Hey, we did it. Alright, so I think this door to head home. Oh, they gonna kill me. Your turn. Love it when they crumble like Lego. Might be able to use that for repairs. Yeah. There's a guy up there, but not only do I not really know how to get up there, I mean, I could use the console commands, but I also can't carry anything else, so he can stay there for now. Keep an eye out for new traps, apparently. I haven't saved in a little while. I got my stuff back a little while ago. I did leave a bunch of things there in a locker that I don't really want. Just random stuff. But nothing really that I wanted. I can go back and loot dead bodies some other time. Because you can just walk back in there. Oh shit, I'm gonna blow up. Screwed that up. Hit the wrong button. Disarmed all these on the way in, I thought. But they either placed more, or I was just wrong. But either way, I'm getting more things to sell. And we are making good progress toward the exit. Interesting. So I believe we keep going over this way. Nothing in the truck. There are people in here. Let's disappear them. Have to at least let him draw his weapon.
It's killing time.
Then you know for sure he's the bad guy.
Kick ass. I'm gonna kick your ass.
There you are. And there he goes. Oh, new follow. Thank you. I think I might have that quick save disabled. Having too many quick save options makes your game more likely to crash. So, it's actually easier. I read this. I'm not, like, that technically smart, but I read a lot of places say that, like, forcing a proper save instead of using a quick save is easier on the system, crashes less. I'm not a technology genius. I just read stuff. Okay, so I'm now addicted to vodka, but I can move. And that's all we'll take. And I'll take those. What have we here? Stim packs. Hello. Well, alright. We're basically all the way back to where we started. There were some bodies here that I was going to loot. If I had room. But I really don't. Also seems that I actually got around to most of these ones. So, cool. Whoop. Hop on back to the capital Wasteland. Yes, an entirely fair question. There are many a thing I do not know. I really haven't been gaming on PC that long. So I'm still picking stuff up here and there. I can't really carry that. Alright. Let's go get rid of some of this stuff. Yeah, I find I have a habit of accidentally using hotkeys when I don't mean to. And then I waste all my shit. So at a certain point, I stopped using hotkeys. That point was a few years ago. I haven't actually tried it with this game.
If you want a gun, you've come to the right place.
But I
Have a
definitely
seat
do it
anywhere. Someone will be with you
on
in a minute.
ESO all the time. Let's go
Ah,
you first.
I knew you.
Start with those. Got a couple books we need to turn in at some point. And we have 81 fingers. Really should do something about that at some point as well. Close enough.
Thanks. Mooning over him. You have old news, my friend. She married him. They are such a happy couple. Thank you for coming to Gary's Galley.
If you want any of it, what you looking for?
Hey, he's got a bunch of money. I think I want to keep the rest of this.
Give me a shout if you need anything else.
I'm looking for troublemakers. Have you seen any?
Ooh. I'm a troublemaker.
Yes?
Alright. I need to make a stop back home
Let me get Project
at my Megaton house. We need to drop some stuff off. It's awfully heavy, but I really like it. Put that one away, it's heavier. Should have been wearing that one. Increases your energy weapon skill. I think I'm gonna wear this one, because it adds 10 to big guns and explosives. Sounds like fun. And I think that does it. Wadsworth.
Good morning, madam. What can I do for you? Certainly. 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 I was going to attend the clairvoyance meeting, but it was cancelled due to unforeseen events.
We have added the explosives bobblehead. It dropped off everything important. I think we're good. I suppose now we need a destination. Are those numbers actually on the map? No. Can't remember where it is, but I feel like, yeah. Let's head that way. Start from here. Yeah, I dropped like everything. Got rid of all the stuff. This way. Hello. Bye-bye. Pretty much always a couple more super mutants here every time you travel in. So, I mean, it's not a bad way to round up some extra stuff to sell. That's not bad. Couldn't even see him yet, and I already had it right in his head just about. Not bad for accidental aim. So we're gonna head this way. Let's see. It's probably gonna be easiest if we can get more on the road areas to get around mountainy things and stuff. Well, Feliz Navidad to you as well. How's your holiday been today? Come back here and die. Thank you. There. At least he died with honor, not running away. Like a little bitch. Okay. Try up around this side. There's something over here to discover. But it's clearly on the other side. Over this way. Something up there. It'll find me. If it wants to play, it will find me. Hey! Welcome to the stream, Eden. Thank you for joining us today. I am, in fact, nice and cozy. It has been a nice, cozy Christmas. Found another power station. Yeah, that didn't help. I need a replenish allowance. Duds are lovely. Replenish my allowance. Boo. Did not find me. Nope. Did not find a replenish allowance in there. Unfortunate. Something close to domination. Meditation? Nope. Hey. Huh. Only one dead? Really? Weird. Occupation was farther, domination was closer. No, dawn is too close to meditation. This seems like it should be an easier choice. None of these feel like the right one. Definition? Hey, look at you. Figured it out. Lovely. Is that all it did? Just disengage lock, which is this lock. I mean, I could have also just picked the safe. Railway rifle. Nuka Quantum. Huzzah. Eh. Take the Instamash, I can eat that. That was empty, didn't really want that. That's all. When you fast travel, they're like, oh, boss is gone. Everybody go on break. And then they run away. That would be completely individualized. Not really a standard for any of that. Yeah. Precisely. It's a personal preference. It's not really a genre-based preference. Be what you want to be, friend. Be what you want to be. Okay. Pretty moon. So, we're actually headed this way. So, we'll point ourselves back in the right direction here. The original CSI, I used to watch that when I was, like, little. So, yes. I don't necessarily remember a ton of stuff, but my grandparents used to watch it all the time. And they also used to watch me all the time. So I have seen a lot of it. Yeah. You ever heard the song Sweet Dreams? It's like that. Reclining Groves Resort Homes. Got anything interesting to loot? In your quote-unquote resort home? Doesn't really look like it. Well, they were slavers. Now they're dead. So, I mean, instant karma. Huh. Properly standing fireplace. That's kind of cool. Suppose we can check and see if there's anything here to loot.
Talk about government, shall we?
I hear voices.
Or more specifically, your government.
Slaves in there or something.
Just who is the Enclave? Why, now that's simple. The Enclave is you. The Enclave is your sister.
Come on.
Your friend.
Help me get
your
this
neighbor.
collar off. Please?
The Enclave is me as well. As your president, it is my responsibility to preside over our great democracy. So, as your president, I am the voice, I am the heart and soul of the Enclave. That is to say, I am the voice, heart, and soul of America. But only
CSI Miami.
hope to reach our full potential.
The opening was always the best part anyway. It was downhill from there. It was a mediumly amusing show.
One America, now and forever. And now, dearest America, we must
Grissom.
for there is much work to be done.
I enjoyed him as a character.
Never rests. Until we meet again,
Actually, that was a unique question.
Henry, signing off.
Sounds exciting. Yeah, I get a lot of random, vaguely related questions. But that one was actually, that was a new one. Look at you. Thinking original. Ah, what are you going to be playing?
I hope you know what you're doing.
Ha!
I'm alive!
Oh good, because neither one of us knew it was about to happen when I tried to free you.
Please? Won't you help me?
No, everybody gets one. Yay! Freed the slaves. The Enclave bot thing is just gonna keep floating around, just chilling. I think that was it. Just the 2 slaves, we freed them. We win! Huzzah! Another iBot.
You're listening to Enclave.
Didn't quite get all the way through tolerated before his head blew off. So it's okay, I wasn't really breaking the rules. He could have been about to say, "Violence will not be stopped, please continue." As far as I know. Many circles. Ah! There we go. 3 or 4? Not bad choices. All of my playthroughs for the stream so far have been 3 or New Vegas. I've played a little bit of 4, but like a very little bit. Oh, hello. Fuck. Whew. That was toit. Like a fucking toiger. I honestly can't even remember what show that's from, but it's always in my head. Toit like a toiger. Is it Austin Powers? Seems about right. Plays through my mind without asking quite frequently. Gold member. Not gold finger. But yes. Whoa. Kinda looks like snow. Just a glitch in the texture, but it definitely looks like snow.
Where? What's the matter, huh? Can't stand the sight of your own, huh?
had a name. That was interesting. Wonder what he has to say when I'm not shooting him in the face. New Vegas is grand. It's still my favorite. I have now tried 3 New Vegas and 4. New Vegas is still my favorite. I have very mixed feelings about whether or not I will ever try Fallout 76. But eventually I intend to try the earlier Fallout games. They're a different style, so I have to, like, wrap my brain around switching game style a little bit. But I also, I went on to, like, Bethesda's website, and you can get the Elder Scrolls Arena for free, and you can just install it through the Bethesda launcher straight from their website. So I have that. At some point, I'll probably be playing that. Not necessarily for like a full stream, but maybe like a warm-up thing we can do sometimes. Could be a fun adventure. No, I haven't tried 76. I don't know if I will. It's not really what I want out of a Fallout game. Yeah, see, I don't really use mods either. So I feel approximately the same way on mods. Although there is that New Frontier mod for New Vegas now.
No time to talk to your type, local.
So my next playthrough of Fallout New Vegas might be modded. The only mods I've ever used are the ones that make your game run properly. Like, this game has a couple patches and a couple of mods that are designed to make it capable for me to play this on my laptop. But other than that, like, I don't have any that actually change the gameplay at all. Just doesn't crash as often, and it actually runs, which is nice. Because, you know, if it doesn't run, game's not much good. Okay, where am I? I'm circling where I want to be. I've just gotta get the right pathway to get in there. Maybe I have to come up from a different side. I don't quite remember how I did this the first time. But the idea is that we're headed to find Oasis. Which is up there. And we are going down this way. Because, I don't know, I didn't find it up there. Try a different angle, go all the way around the mountain again, I don't know. Seems like this is probably accurate. Well, look, growing things. This definitely seems accurate. Hey! We did it.
Outsider, you have arrived. Please, come closer. I have something of the utmost urgency to speak to you about. Do hurry. He doesn't like to be kept waiting.
See, I haven't played enough Fallout 4 to have tried to do any building or anything in the game. Like, I've put maybe a maximum of 2 hours of my whole life into Fallout 4. So, I really haven't accomplished anything in that game. I bought New Vegas and launched it, and it had, like, no issues. But Fallout 3, it took me a couple hours of screwing around with different patches and mods to, finally get it going. What it actually came down to was apparently there's a whole separate specific patch only for people who have, the Intel Core processor that's in my computer. So, once I found that information and installed that, it finally launched. But it took some time before, like, I actually got a game going that would play. So, I'm gonna save. We haven't done that in a little while.
I'm so glad you're here. It's been a while since anyone's visited us, and he's been waiting for someone like yourself to arrive. If you wouldn't mind following me, I'll bring you right to him. I'm sorry. In my excitement, I got ahead of myself. I'm Tree Father Birch, and I have the great fortune of being leader of his people, the Tree Minders. Beyond that gate is our home, Oasis.
See, I thought it was kind of strange too, but, it might depend on where you got it from. Because I bought mine on Steam. So, if you get it from Great Old Games, and it's already got other built-in patches, that might be why you didn't have any issues. I bought it on Steam, and, the information that I found about the Intel Core processor thing, I think was actually in Steam. There's like an after you install it, here's a list in order of all the shit you should do. And the very last thing on the list was like, if none of this worked, this might be the problem, try this one. And then that one finally worked. It was like literally the last of their instructions. There is a lot of information on Steam. They had a lot of good tips and a whole list of like links for the right things to fix all the problems. So it wasn't that like difficult to find what I needed. It just took some time to get it all happening so that the game would actually play.
Why, he is, of course. If you'll just follow me to the pavilion, all will be explained. Excellent. Please follow me. All will be explained soon.
Welcome, outsider. You are welcome amongst us, outsider.
Well, sounds like the game likes you better than it likes me. You know, other than the tree branches, these people are basically just dressed like Veronica.
Welcome, outsider. Welcome to... You have no idea how overjoyed I am to see you. Normally, outsiders are forbidden inside Oasis, but he has made an exception. That's his power you feel, outsider. With his outstretched limbs, he shelters us and keeps us safe.
Yeah, see, I installed that first because most things said basically that's all most people have to do. I installed that and then like 2 other patches and then a couple more mods and then it launched and then I had to install something else and then the Intel processor patch or mod or whatever it was, and then the game finally actually started and let me create a new player, because it went in like stages where I would get it to launch and like open the launcher and then as soon as I hit play it would quit, and then I got it to where it would let me go all the way to clicking like start new character and then it would quit. It was such bullshit.
He's no mere god, my friend. He is the one who grows. He is the one who gives. And he is the one who guides. Thanks to him, the tree minders have a home. I understand your hesitation, but I
Did
can
not
assure
pass that.
you that no harm will befall you. We care for this place and keep it safe from those who would seek to exploit it. He gives to us, so we give back to him. It's an arrangement that's worked well for almost 2 decades. We shun technology and embrace nature. That's the life of a tree minder.
I do have a special banner for just for today. I changed it because it's not actually Treater Day. I am still going to do Treater Day tomorrow, but I figured for today I'd give you guys who are already following or subscribing but don't have the treat emote an option that you can use instead. Yes, I think, Mr. Bailey, you are in fact the only one who has the Give Binks a Treat emote. And since you are the only one, I added an option. Yeah, that's my roommate. I have all the cases of pop behind me. That's what I get for hoarding all the pop. Oh, Binks, you're awake! That was a big stretch. You want to come up and say hello? Come say hello. Look. Oh, yes. That was a good snooze, hmm? Are you ready to be awake? What do you think? Do you feel so fancy today? Oh, I'm sorry. I know you don't like that, but I had to tuck in the blankie. How you doing, Cuddle Pug? Do you have a good snooze? You had a big yawn. Still in full flop mode. Floppy pug, floppy pug. Flip, 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 flip. You're so cute. So cute. Oh, you got me. You're not supposed to lick me, you know that. You're not supposed to lick me. No, no, no. No, no, no. Oh, good. The puppies found their way home. Yay, I forgot to check in with you and see whatever happened with that. So, do they, like, live somewhere near you? How did this mystery unfold?
Sadly, the Wasteland is a hostile place, and sometimes we're forced to defend ourselves against it. If that means fighting with manufactured weapons, then so be it. Had he not asked to see you, you never would have gotten this close to the gates. Yes, indeed it does. Sorry, I don't speak to outsiders very often, and I tend to get lost in conversation. As you approached Oasis, he said you were coming, and I was sent out to meet you personally with a request. He wishes to meet with you. You'd be the first outsider to do so in a very long time. Yes, person. To meet him, you must undergo the ceremony of purification. Once that's complete, you'll be able to speak to him. Whenever you're ready, we may begin.
Take drugs. Kill a bear. Except I guess this one is take drugs. Kill a tree.
It's simple, really. You drink the sap from the basin here in the pavilion. The sap will purify your mind and body of anything harmful that could possibly hurt him. I assure you, nothing harmful will happen to you.
Well, I'm glad that they found their way safely home. 'Cause I mean, it would totally suck to be like, you know, spend Christmas sad 'cause your dogs ran off. That would be such a sad, sad Christmas present.
Very good. Take your place in front of the basin, and let's begin.
I'm not gonna need a gun for a minute. Let's do a little save. Drugs time. It says no.
As soon as the rest of the tree minders are in place, we'll begin.
I have to wait for everyone else to show up, and then I take the drugs. they not here? Are we waiting for more people? There we go.
We will now recite the blessings to ward off any harm the outsider may be carrying before he proceeds to the grove.
I beg you depart, agents of destruction, to the power of his divine will.
Leave our homes and bodies immediately. Live no longer in them, but pass over into places where you can harm no one.
In the name of his frondescence, I call his wrath upon you, so that wherever you may go, you bear it with you.
Ayahuasca.
And diminishing from day to day, you may disappear, except when you serve the health, good purposes of mankind. May no trace of you be found.
All this, may he be so good as to grant us, who is to come to judge the living and the dead, and the world by his verdure.
Amen. Soon, you will pass peacefully into sleep, outsider. And when you awake, you will witness his glory firsthand.
I have to say, that line they do about let no trace of you be found is very ominous and kind of sounds like they're gonna eat you. I know that's not the concept of what's happening, but doesn't it kind of sound like it? What's up, creepy?
Glad to see you're finally awake. I can't believe they made you do that stupid ceremony. They listen when I talk, but they don't hear. You know what I mean?
Okay, so quick random question, vaguely related to what's happening in the game. Has anybody watching right now seen the movie The Country Bears? If you have, do you remember the one bear who talks really slow? He's real chubby. This guy sounds just like that bear. I am not, in fact, entirely on board with this concept that they're doing with the new Firefly series. I think putting it 20 years in the future is better than them trying to reboot the original cast with different actors. But I don't know. Like, as much as I absolutely love Firefly, I was not necessarily on board for any kind of reboot. Even if they brought back the entire original cast, or as much of them as they could. I don't want them to ruin the legacy that is Firefly by making it all Disneyed. They already have Star Wars. Do they really need to take Firefly away from me too? They've already got their own galaxy. Leave me the verse. Yeah, the original will always be there. This is true. I don't know. I have very mixed feelings about this project.
Neither have I. Well, I mean, I talked to Herbert, but he never really says anything back. Do you, Herbert? He kept growing around me. Maybe for calling him Herbert all the time. His name's really Bob. I think it's funny when I call him Herbert, though.
Tree has a really weird sense of humor.
Well, I suppose you could look at it that way. See, Bob used to ride around on top of my head, sunk his roots right in there, you know. Well, eventually, he got bigger than me, and then I pretty much ended up inside.
I suppose. It's a very open-hearted way to think about it. My brain doesn't love reboots. But I'm making adjustments. So based on the poster that I saw, it kind of looks like one of those characters is Gina Torres. I'm fairly certain that's her name. But Zoe, anyway. One of the characters that they have drawn looks like Zoe. So, I don't know. Zoe training a new crew would be interesting. Just... my thing is, like... is it gonna be a new crew on Serenity? 'Cause that's gonna hurt my heart. They have to have, like, their own ship or something. A new ship. I don't think they're gonna cut out the humor, but I think rather than it being a more adult-centered humor, they're trying to make it more for, like, families and preteens. So it's gonna be more of a... I don't know, a lighter, more PG-13 sort of comedy. I assume there will be less cursing in Mandarin, and probably less complicated themes, and I'm going to go ahead and guess that they're probably not going to touch down much on Inara or the concept of companions. If they try to make it for kids, it's gonna bastardize the universe. And if Disney is the power in the verse that can stop us, I will be sad. Oh, no, we're talking about Firefly. Sorry. You came into the middle of a conversation. We're talking about the Firefly series. Wu-Tang is for the children.
It was a long time ago. I tend to lose track. I was exploring some sort of a military base with some other people. I think it was called Mariposa. We were pretty deep inside and we found some weird vats of this nasty green goo. Right when we were about to leave, I think we were attacked. Yeah. Last thing I remember before blacking out was something knocking my friend into the stuff.
So, quick fill-in. Firefly is an old TV show that was on Fox. It aired one season. It has an amazing cult following, and Disney is thinking about rebooting it, but trying to make it more family-friendly so they can get a different generation of fans. And it's one of my favorite shows. The main character of that show is Malcolm Reynolds, Mal, which is what my account is named after. Firefly is very important to me. It's worth looking into. It's a really good show.
Yes, yes, I do. Or, I guess, we do. Me and Bob, that is. I had you brought in here to ask a very simple favor. Would you please kill me? Completely serious. You'd be doing me a favor. You see, I've been stuck here for over 2 decades now. Rooted right into the ground. The only friends I've got are Bob and those weirdos out there who think I'm a god. Oh, no, don't worry about them. When you decide to go down there, I'll have a little chat with Birch and the rest of the gang. They usually don't understand a word I say, but I'll make them come around. Now, how exactly am I supposed to do that? I can barely move anymore. Thanks to Bob, I'm obviously not going to be doing anything for a very long time.
No. It's not really like Star Wars. It's... It's in a similar genre. It's a space western, basically. Which is essentially what Star Wars is. But very different tone. The Mandalorian was a really good show. I actually just last night finally watched the finale of season 2, and it blew my fucking mind. I tell you what. There was screaming. It was awesome. Scared the shit out of Binks. He's like, oh my god, the human is broken. What is wrong with you? But Eden is right. It's not really a remake. Like, we never really had a movie before, or a show, that was just about a Mandalorian. And he was a unique new character. Which I think is what made everything about it feel okay to me. And plus I really like the casting that they chose for some of the characters. Also, I don't know if anybody else picked up on this, But as you watch through the series, if you pay attention to, like, how all the stormtroopers die, somebody had so much fun writing death scenes for all the stormtroopers. Like, it's amazing. Some of them are just fucking epic. Yeah, the new Firefly is a spin-off, but that's like, that's what I'm saying. It's not like the Mandalorian was flying around in the Falcon with R2-D2 fucking up the storyline. So like, my brain is gonna have so many problems with this new show if it's a different crew on Serenity and not Mal. And I don't know if he's on board at all for, like, being on this new show. I have so many concerns because, like, it'll be really sad if Serenity's not in it, but it'll be even more sad if Serenity's in it but Mal's not, and there's a new cast on Serenity, or a new crew on Serenity. So it's not the same as Mandalorian. It's just, I don't know. It's different. If they were doing a series about, like, River and the other girls from her program, and, like, something completely separate from Serenity and the crew, I think that could be okay, but I'm just full of concerns. Yeah, but see, the PG-13 Deadpool was a version of a movie that they also made a not PG-13 version of. So there was no reason to have to watch that movie. Because, I mean, like, Deadpool can't even be PG-13. That'd be almost as bad as how dirty they did Deadpool in X-Men Origins Wolverine. I mean, it's a spin-off, but it's not. It's a 20-year jump into the future. And I mean, if you're telling me Mal doesn't make it 20 years after the end of Serenity, I'm gonna be extremely, extremely sad. Mando was pretty lit. I mean, it was a really good series. Yes, exploring more of the Firefly universe would be interesting. But I mean, that's what the comic books were for. What is my favorite universe? Ooh. That's a tough question. I mean, anyone who's been around here for a while knows how much I love Star Wars. That's a very difficult question. I think the encompassing universe of Hayao Miyazaki's work is probably my favorite, followed immediately by the Star Wars universe, like, basically tied. I think those are my top two, and I don't really know if I could I don't really know if I could necessarily say either of them really takes first place. They're kind of tied. I never really got into The Walking Dead. I also never watched Game of Thrones. I was crazy into Harry Potter. Like, I don't know. If I could be a fucking wizard, that would be dope. um I mean, it would be really interesting to, like, be in the Fallout universe. But if I had to pick a favorite, like, one that I would actually want to be in, I would not pick Fallout. Because the likelihood that you're gonna get fucked up in Fallout is immensely higher than it is in Harry Potter. Jojo. Now, that is a complex universe. That's an interesting one. A very interesting pick. Um, I don't know. Like, I'm terrible at picking favorites of things. I uh I was super obsessed with card captors. I still kind of am. Actually, I don't know if you guys can see much of the stuff. I changed up my shelf a little bit to make room for the tree. And I brought out my Kiro Barros. And he's got the Key of Clow and a set of Clow cards on the shelf there with him. I think if I could wield the power of the Clow, that would be a really dope universe too. An interesting point. The power to respawn in Fallout would be very interesting. But in Card Captors, I would get to live in Japan and fly and have magic powers. And a talking teddy bear that turns into a guardian lion. So, I mean, that shit's better than Narnia. I mean, there's not a lot of teamwork happening in Fallout, unless you join a faction. It would be a tough life. There are vertibirds depending on which game you're playing. I guess it would depend on where you are in the Fallout timeline. That would drastically change how things turn out for you. 'Cause, like, say you jump into the Fallout 3 timeline, there are totally different things going on than if you jump into the Fallout New Vegas or Fallout 4 timeline. Like, totally different universe, basically, if you jumped into Fallout 4. It would be a constant battle. Unless you manage to take over a really powerful faction. And then you would have minions to do your fighting for you. There's only one functional vertibird that you see used in Fallout New Vegas. And then there's that airplane that the boomers fix, but like, it's not common. It would be very difficult to acquire one in Fallout New Vegas, I think. Yeah, actually, Elder Scrolls would be probably an easier place to live than Fallout, because at least you could find, like, a nice settlement atop a mountain. Get yourself somewhere to live. Big ol' stack of bread to eat. Good to go.
How to put this? I've been feeling rather...
All the sweet rolls you could eat.
Out
some moon sugar to get you through the day.
I think Bob's kinda shoved my insides around.
Oh yeah, all the cheese wheels.
It's hard to tell where everything is, but it's always that way with one's insides, isn't it? Anyway, I believe Bob's carried some of my organs into his root system. I want you to go underground and destroy my heart.
A fair point. It would be a difficult life living in the Fallout universe. It would certainly be an adventure. Well, theoretically, Courier 6 has a car. Theoretically, says Bethesda. You have a car that just, like, you pull out of your ass. And that's how you fast travel. It's bullshit. But it's Bethesda's explanation of fast travel. I suppose it is kind of like a sorcerer. Maybe I'm a wizard after all.
Of all the Wastelanders I had to bump into, it has to be one with a conscience. Let's keep it an open invitation then. I don't want to wait until the next person visits. It could be years. Just think about it, okay?
What if you could live in the Elder Scrolls world as a demigod? What if you could, like... What if you could be Molag Bal? But with all of the cunning skills and knowledge that you've acquired over the years, so you could actually take over and not be defeated. I don't know, there's a bag on my head. See, who I side with usually depends on what my goals are, but more often than not, I end up with Yes Man, so that's where I'm gonna vote. It's where I am most likely to end up. I sometimes try to side with the NCR, and by the end I'm like, fuck you guys. The only time I actually made it all the way to the end of a game siding with the NCR is when I did that Tasha playthrough. Whoever votes for the Legion gets banned.
No, Herbert is the tree. Bob is his real name, but I call him Herbert, 'cause I think it's pretty funny. But I'm still in here too. What's left of me? The name's Harold.
Okay, do I have anything else to talk to you about?
Oh, no. Fire would be too painful for me and poor old Bob. You keep that stuff away from us. The heart would be just fine, and I won't feel a thing.
Huh, that's cool. When I finally get around to playing Fallout 1 and 2, I will have to keep an eye out for this Harold fellow, who may or may not at the time have a tree growing out of his head.
I've been literally rooted to this spot, thanks to Bob for maybe 20 or 30 years. I can't even remember anymore. Can you imagine being stuck in one place for that long? Not being able to eat, or to read, or to sleep, or anything? In the meantime, I have these tree minders bothering me every day about things I don't even care about. And I can't stand it anymore!
I was just thinking that. I'm pretty sure some of the ghouls in this game are pre-war. I mean, a lot of them you can't actually talk to. But I think that, like, the majority of ghouls are pre-war. But I mean, Harold might be the oldest non-ghoul. He is a interesting, unique creature. His face looks like a super mutant. But also he's a tree.
I've tried to stay happy, really. I have. Bloomseer Poplar thinks I'll live for hundreds of years. Maybe
Fair enough.
even more. Can you imagine that? Stuck here for centuries? I can't do it. I just want to be alone. Just me and Bob until the end. When I saw you coming towards Oasis, I thought I felt that you'd understand me. I guess I was wrong. Maybe I'm just losing my mind from all this boredom, but I swear if I try, I can see all around me. Like my eyes are in every leaf, on every tree. I think it's making Bob kinda jealous, 'cause he was the first tree in my life, and all that.
I don't know why you said Zelda. For a second there I was like, wait, what? What? Like an Easter egg in Zelda? But I understand now. Link versus the Tree Man. Be a weird quest. Link, I need you to go kill this depressed tree. What?
It's kinda embarrassing, really. Once a year, Bob decides he's gonna go ahead and start growing these weird pods filled with tiny seeds. Well, all it takes is a good wind and the seeds just fly everywhere. I call them Herbert's seeds. He hates that. Yeah, I'll leave it to good old Bob to get me stuck above some caves. Now, my dang feet are cold. I think the best way for you to get down there would be to get the key from the one those loonies call Cypress. There's supposed to be some old gate or something back in the other grove.
I mean, he might have feet. Or, I mean, he might have roots that feel like feet. It's really hard to say exactly what he'd be able to feel through the roots if he can see with them.
Sometimes I feel stuff tickling me, but I think that's just Bob getting back at me for all the times I called him Herbert.
Alright, well. I should save in case the game freezes. I have in previous playthroughs, but I don't think I've actually done it on the stream. I think last time I went in there on stream I let them live. No, you know what? I think I blew the whole thing up. Blew the shit out of all their stuff. Pretty sure that's what happened. Sounds more like me. I like to leave things blown up when that's the option. Okay, so I'm gonna save. I'm gonna take a quick break. I need to go find my vape juice. And I might grab some liquor drinks to add my Dr. Pepper to. So, I'm going to put you down, sir, onto the floor. And I am going to see you guys in a few minutes.
You're a guest among us and quite welcome, outsider. Hello, outsider. It's very nice to see you.
Okay, so got my drink. Vape is full of liquid stuffs and batteries. We must now go kill a tree. Well, hello, cat goodness. Thank you for joining me today. Yes, I saw that somebody got the ban hammer there. I assume it was another one of those lovely people who wants to know if I want to be famous.
And I'm telling you, you've got it all wrong. Why else would he have called for an outsider's assistance?
The outsider is here to deliver us from our enemies, to keep this place safely locked away from the Wasteland, not to exploit us.
How can we preach about peace when all you want to do is keep his gift all to ourselves? That's not what he would want.
If we allow the spread of this miracle to continue, we're putting him in jeopardy. I can't allow that. I won't allow it.
Once again, my husband, we are at an impasse. I suggest we speak to the outsider.
Agreed. Why else would the outsider have been allowed into the grove? Perhaps it's a test. Yes, that must be it. I know why you're here, and despite what my wife thinks, I know you'll do what's best for Oasis. After all, he chose you, and he would never want to put us in harm's way. Oh, he's testing you now, just like he tested us. He wants to see if your faith is strong by spinning these incredible stories. Who else but a god could produce all of this? Don't worry, you'll soon see things as I do.
My coffee cup does not in fact have coffee in it. It has Dr. Pepper and other fun liquids. But Christmas coffee is always nice coffee.
Yes, I've been pondering that riddle myself for some time now, and I think I know what he's trying to tell us. The Great One's influence is growing, and soon it will break free of the confines of this secluded vale. We can't allow
25,
Oasis to call attention to itself like that. It would be the end of him.
"15 is close enough. Legal drinking age in Alberta is 18.
You misinterpret his words, my friend. He wants you to extinguish that which seeks to make him vulnerable. If the same sap that you drank to purify yourself could be applied to his heart, it should stop the spread. I can promise you no harm would come to him. That's all I ask of you, outsider. Nothing more, nothing less.
I love Birch, but sometimes I think he doesn't see the big picture. The spreading of his influence is not a curse. It's a great miracle, a benefit meant for the entire Wasteland. Of course we do. He yearns to share his miracles with the whole world, to give the gift of life back to the dead Wasteland. It's upsetting him to no end, but Birch can't see the pain it's causing. But now that you're here, I have a feeling the winds are about to change. I heard what my husband wanted you to do. What I propose is an alternative. The same person that created the sap also created this liniment. If you can reach his heart, it will assist him in making his influence increase. Instead of centuries, the wasteland will become green in mere decades. Just imagine how glorious that would be.
So, last time,
You're a guest among us, and quite welcome.
I killed the tree. Do I actually have to pick it? Thought I was allowed to go in. I have to talk to somebody and get a key. I think that's how that worked.
There's nowhere like this left in the world anymore. Hey, outsider?
Not a cave. Okay. But I'm pretty sure I was supposed to find somebody.
Hello, outsider. It's very nice to see you. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Bloomseer Poplar, soothsayer and healer of Oasis. It brings me great honor to welcome you. Lately, things have gotten a bit worse between them. It sometimes takes months for them to agree on things. I know they love each other greatly, but I'm afraid the strain of leadership is tearing them apart. Be wary of the water in the caves. I fear they
Welcome
still
back.
carry the sting of radiation from the bombs. In what we call the harvest month, the Great One creates seeds among his branches within seed pods. At the end of this time, the pods open and the seeds are carried quite easily upon the wind. It's quite beautiful. Wherever the seeds take purchase, they grow into trees, plants, grass, or all manner of wonderful things. He's not my god. He's everyone's god. You, me, everyone. This place isn't meant just for the tree minders. It's for all mankind. You'd think they'd realize that this place won't remain a secret forever. The caravans know about it, and you happened upon it. How long before someone comes to take this place by force? No, I say allow Oasis to grow, and that issue becomes moot.
I remember thinking this place reminded me a lot of Vault 22 last time we were here.
My father was a healer like myself. He had the most curious books I would read about trees and plants and their medicinal properties. Many years later, I heard a rumor about a place such as this. I spent a decade in search of it. I've been in this wonderful place for over 15 years now. I was the third one to arrive here in Oasis. Tree Father Birch was a bit wary at first, but Leaf Mother Laurel convinced him to let me stay. If she hadn't been around, I doubt Birch would have ever let me stay here. After a while, they taught me their ways, and together we developed the ceremony of purification that you undertook.
Welcome, outsider. Welcome to Oasis.
It's very nice to meet you, outsider. I'm Branch Tender Linden. I've only known them for a very short time, but when I first arrived, they immediately took me in and treated me just like a son. There aren't many people in the world left like that. Oasis is located near what used to be an old mining town before the bombs fell. When the attack started about 200 years ago, many people took shelter in the natural caves that dotted the area. The old gate that stands at the mouth of Oasis Cave is the last piece of architecture from those days. Well, I'm not so sure the Great One is a god. I mean, I don't believe in that sort of thing. However, I am beginning to realize he's special, something greater than any of the creatures in the Wasteland. I was found dying in the wastes not far from here by a trader caravan. They knew about this place and brought me to Bloomseer Poplar. She nursed me back to health, and I've stayed ever since. I was a Brotherhood of Steel outcast. We had a deep patrol out here looking for some tech, and they got jumped by some Deathclaws. They shredded everyone else and left me bleeding to death. If it wasn't for Oasis and Bloomseer Poplar, I'd be dead right now. Honestly, I've never seen anything like this place. It's beautiful. It's a shame only a few people will ever get to see it. I sort of fell into it, I guess. I woke up here and I just stayed. After a while, I became one of them.
So you're the outsider, huh? You seem nice to me. They're the best parents ever. My parents told me never to go past the old gate. There are monsters in there. Oh, you mean Harold? He's really nice. Sometimes when I get really lonely, I go into the grove and talk to him. Sometimes I even curl up all cozy-like and sleep next to his roots after I have a bad dream. I tell him what I'm scared of, and he tells me what he's scared of. It makes me feel better knowing I'm not the only one. Aw, I never knew an outsider could be scared of anything. Harold told me that he's scared of fire. If fire ever got on him, it would burn him and Bob until they were all gone. That's why we keep the fires far away from him. I was born here, silly. Just get born, I guess. You're funny. That's okay. I like to... Sometimes, I... Hi. May the sap of his wisdom sustain you.
Hello, outsider. It's very nice to see you.
I feel like Cypress is the name of the person I was supposed to talk to. Somebody has the key to the gate, and they will give it to me. In theory. I've already been here. That goes back to the grove, where Harold is.
Hello, outsider. It's very nice to see you.
I think this is the exit. Well, I don't know.
There's
This-
nowhere
this
like
is like
this
everybody.
left in the world anymore, hey, outsider?
Who else is there to talk to?
You're a guest among Branch
That's-
Tender
that's the
Cypress
right
at
one.
your service. Welcome to our little home. I wish they wouldn't argue so much. It makes everyone uncomfortable. Sure. Here you go. Good luck to you. I was an outsider like yourself.
We did it.
Wandering the world aimlessly, wasting my life trying to seek my fortune. When my eyes beheld the splendor of Oasis, I knew I'd found a holy place. Tree Father Birch allowed me to stay, and I've been here ever since. Actually, you already did some of it. I had to do the ceremony and meet with the Great One. Then Tree Father Birch taught me everything I needed to know about Oasis and how it has to remain a secret. That's why I'm so worried. I just think letting this place spread into the Wasteland would be an unwise decision.
I suppose that's certainly one way to interpret it. Choking on my own throat or something.
That would worry me. I was out there once, like you. I wandered the wasteland for many years. All I saw was poverty, famine, sickness, hate, and death everywhere I turned. But this place isn't anything like that. We can't allow that kind of evil inside Oasis. We just can't.
Aw, thank you. Merry Christmas to you too. Thank you for dropping by. Alright, so now we have the key. We have accomplished our goal. We must save. Do the thing. Flip. I don't think there's anything crazy exciting down here as far as enemies go. I think it's just a bunch of Mirelurks. Which, I mean, is not great, but... Looked like it was trying to swim away, but it was already dead. There, try and get a little bit more light. Crab people. Basically. I think they'd probably be delicious. I should probably heal. Now he's in the water. Get out of there so I can kill you. Good enough. Oop, not what I wanted. Okay. So, I'm assuming this way, if I could get out of the freaking water. Come on. Let me up. Okay. Then... whoop. I'm gonna save, because there's no timer to tell me when I am about to drown. And we're gonna go down here. There we go. Hehe, Merry Banksmas to you as well. Yeah, actually, I noticed that the ones in Fallout 4 don't really look at all like these ones, which I thought was weird. Why? 'Cause it's underwater? Is that why? Dick move. Oh, hello. Oh shit. Broke my weapon. Wow, that's a lot. Do something about that. A little bit of overkill for a rad roach, but hey, still dead. Yeah, that works. Oh, come here, buddy. Here you go. Good boy. He's like, oh, you woke me up, but it's okay, because I got a treat. Ah, I love that old vine. And a Merry Crisis to you all as well. Do I have food? Let's do a food thing. Oh, that wasn't what I meant to do. Yeah, this works. And we found a door. little campsite. You're in the way. Much better. Don't want that. But I want that. Yeah. None of that. Yeah, why not? All better. Take that. That's empty. Stealth boy. Yeah, that'll do. I do really like Letterkenny. Letterkenny is really, really hilariously accurate. Trailer Park Boys depends on the day. I don't dislike it, but it's not always what I want to watch. Olo. Oh, hello. Surprise. Just an eyeball. Because why not? There we go. Nope. Okay. Ah! Hello. I doubt that I get new Letterkenny tomorrow. It's not a thing we get in Canada. It's actually harder to get Letterkenny in Canada right now than it is in America. It was like picked up by an American station or something. So now it's really hard to get the new seasons in Canada. Legally, anyway. Okay. What have we got here? Missiles, some drugs. Lovely. mean, if you're doing evil and you're not laughing, are you really even enjoying the evil? This thing looks super weird. But it does not appear, in fact, that he has feet. So I don't know what he's bitching about. So I came here to kill him. But again, I feel like the accelerated growth is theoretically better for the Wasteland. Unless his spores are actually evil. Because how much do we really know about them? Maybe they'll actually eat everybody when he expands far enough. I don't know. I killed him last time. It'd be interesting to see what changes. Seems plausible. Three Dog does like to yammer on and on about my adventures and all. It would be nice if he would quit bitching about that kid that I didn't find a new place to live. Okay. Do the thing. Now shoot it. Just kidding. Or am I? Nothing over here is terribly exciting. No, I meant to, and then I wasn't paying attention and I accidentally clicked on the wrong dialogue thing and told him to stay and live in his house instead. And then I couldn't take it back because it had been a long time since I had saved. So I was like, well, hey, you can just stay here then. I even went to Rivet City and I tried to talk to Vera to see if I could, like, trigger a secondary option for him to go live there. No such luck. Yes, yes, it was indeed an oops. Three Dog been complaining about Brian ever since. I'm like, ease up, man. I saved your ass. Fixed your shit. Still complaining. Wastelanders these days. Hee. And out we go. Sleeping with a gun. Eyes wide open. Nobody's gonna murder you in their sleep. Your sleep. Whoever's sleep. I am now king here. Okay. So, now that we've taken our throne, we must find the people.
So, it looks like you decided to do things their way. How come?
Peer pressure?
So, they really need me that badly, huh? Well, I guess I never thought of it that way. That's awfully selfish of me. Yeah. Should we give him another chance, Herbert?
He seems reasonably okay with this.
Fine. I mean, Bob. I still think it's funny when I call him Herbert. I'm sorry.
Reasonably accepting.
Our leaders have spoken with the great... You've done a great deed this day, my friend. The gifts the Great One has bestowed upon us will now take mere decades to breach the confines of Oasis instead of centuries. In your short visit here, I can see you've learned much. That's a rare gift in these turbulent times. I believe there are a few tree minders who wish to speak to you before you depart. I think you'll find their appreciation quite rewarding. Good luck in all your journeys, my friend. I hope your time here has opened your heart as well as it opened your eyes.
Okay, so what's in the cup? What's in the box? Largely Dr. Pepper. Also more exciting liquids. Had yourself a good nap? Hey. A good nap is always a good time. Hey, don't judge the Dr. Pepper man. Dr. Pepper is my lifeblood. Yes, Eden. Her head is in the box.
Well. Look who it is, Bob. It's our new friend.
Well, I mean, that's fine. I do. Pretty sure my veins are filled mostly with Dr. Pepper. I mean, if I had it, cherry whiskey is just the alcoholic version of Dr. Pepper. For the most part. Could just pour an entire cup of that, and that's also pretty satisfying. See, I used to use Coke for mixing all the time, and now I only really drink it when I order it out of habit when I'm at a bar. Because for some reason when I'm at a bar I can never think of another kind of pop. So I always ask for Coke. Unless they have Pepsi. But I don't know. I just got tired of it or something. Dr. Pepper is different. Well, see, if you only drink vodka, that's a whole different thing. I put whiskey in Dr. Pepper, so it's kind of like pretending that it's cherry whiskey. Similar flavor. Cherry whiskey is probably my favorite flavor of any liquor because it tastes like Dr. Pepper. No, vodka and Dr. Pepper would be absolutely horrifying. That is absolutely not a good combination. I don't drink vodka very often, but when I do, it is exclusively a Caesar. Hot tip for like 2 years from now, when the world finally reopens. They make amazing Caesars at the West End Hotel. If you ever, like, or not at the West End Hotel, at the West Edmonton Mall water park. Amazing Caesars. They have 2 bars there. They make great drinks. Get drunk and go down water slides all day. It's a good time. Unpaid advertisement for the West Edmonton Mall. Oh yeah, buddy. There's 2. Also, while you're in there, you can get food. You can get a whole ass pizza. It's my shit, man. I can rarely afford to go there, but like, it's awesome. Making fun of my Canadianisms. It's not fair, I can't control it. Is it super expensive? It's not wildly expensive. It's like, you're gonna spend at least $100 if you think you're gonna drink. The drinks and the food are not cheap. And it's been a little while, so I don't know exactly what the tickets are to like get the wristband to get in there. But bank on it being at least $150 depending on how much you think you're gonna drink and how long you're gonna be there. And if you're gonna wanna like rent stuff, costs extra money to go down the zip line, costs extra money to go in the thing where they pour water in the giant Zorf ball and you tumble in it. They got a bunch of upsell. They also have this thing that looks really cool, but it costs extra money. So I've never actually tried it. But it's like a constant wave that shoots up. And then you can rent a surfboard and try and like, they teach people how to surf on this like eternal wave. It looks pretty cool. And if you like get your drink and your food and you go sit there and you can just watch people biff while they try and learn how to surf. It's great. It's a wonderful place. Better than Disneyland. Oh, you betcha. Oh, the place that I'm talking about is the West Edmonton Mall Water Park in Edmonton, Alberta. Well, I mean, see, now I'm drinking, so the chances of me getting more Canadian-y are increasing. But also it's like 9 o'clock, so probably only gonna stream for like another hour. And then I gotta eat at some point. I have steak waiting for me in the fridge. Having steak for Christmas supper because fuck turkey. Steak. Yes. Tim Hortons is pretty great. I do like me some Timmy's. They have some pretty good options. I mean, you can only go so wrong with coffee and donuts. How bad could it possibly be? Tim Hortons is doing something of an expansion. I don't know exactly where they're expanding to, but I have a friend who lives like half of the year in the Philippines, where he has a farm and they grow something that seemed weird to me, like coconuts. I think he farms coconuts or something like that in the Philippines. And I was like, what? That's a thing people do? It just kind of like, I'd never really thought about it. But he sent a picture, or he posted a picture somewhere, like a year or two ago, of a Tim Hortons in the Philippines, and I was like, oh my god, we're expanding! Yeah, don't you know it's a little more Minnesota than Canada. What? No apple fritter Timbits? How dare they? Apple fritters are one of their best offerings. Boston cream donuts are my favorite because it's a donut, but also you get pudding. I like pudding. Does Tim Hortons sell chicken? They have chicken, like, on sandwiches and stuff. Oh, they have really good honey mustard. Oh. You guys, how dare you? I want Timmy's so bad now. How could you do this to me? They're not even likely open right now. Yes. Boston Cream Team. Best donut. I like the powdery jelly ones, but I like them as Timbits. And the thing that I always find really weird is that I love chocolate cake and I hate chocolate cake donuts. I don't like them. I don't eat the chocolate Timbits. I don't eat chocolate cake donuts. They're like disappointing. But their apple fritters are amazing. Yep, that would make sense. People love their Timmies, man. Like, it's barely exaggerated in memes how much people love their Timmies. um, the American equivalent of Tim Hortons is just people who are obsessed with Starbucks. It's a different set of items. Same general concept. Dunkin' Donuts is not really so much of a big thing anymore in Canada. Not many things compete with Tim Hortons. Ah, gotcha. I mean, yes. But honestly, it's rare that I make it through more than a couple days without being like, shit, I want a donut. The fact that I don't leave the house and drive to work every day has drastically cut down on the amount of McDonald's and Tim Hortons that I ingest, just in general. I think a couple times I have tried these Krispy Kreme donuts. And I mean, that's cool and all. But a plain glazed donut is not nearly as exciting as a chocolate dipped donut with a pudding surprise inside. Boston Cream Team. There's actually, so, I don't know how many people are watching who will actually be able to relate to this, but between Edmonton and Calgary, there's this donut mill, and it looks like a giant windmill, and they make frigging amazing donuts. So good. And they like make them all there, and they're wacky flavors. Like they got Oreo ones and they do seasonal ones, and they're like, I don't know, like a hometown feeling sort of Tim Hortons, you know, like they're not a chain. They make all their own stuff. It's so good. And pretty much the only time I ever actually have them is when I'm on my way to or from Calgary, which I try to avoid. It's a terrible highway, plus when you get there you have to be in Calgary. Then that's a whole thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was something of a mom and pop shop. I think I saw an article a little while ago about how, like, because of COVID, with so many people not traveling and not being able to be open, they were struggling. And then I think somebody made a big donation to, like, keep them afloat. So I hope they're doing okay. I haven't checked in on them in a while. But, like, it was an amazing place. I do remember that, I think, from Tosh.0. That sounds very familiar. See, valedictorian is a rank for which the weight changes depending on what kind of people you went to school with. Because being the smartest person in a school where everyone is really, really smart is like a whole different level of impressive than being the smartest person in a school where everyone is like mediocre and doesn't give a fuck. But I mean, still good. Hey, Rebel Earth Sky. Merry Christmas to you as well. Thank you for joining us. Theoretically, we're talking to Harold the Tree, but mostly we've been yammering on about donuts and Tim Hortons. And similar topics for like the last, I don't know, 10 minutes at least. It's been good things.
Okay. Okay, let me talk real careful for the slow folks. I was once a man, a long time ago, named Harold. Something in me changed and a weird little tree started growing right out of my head. It kept getting bigger until I ended up stuck inside. When people would ask about it, I decided to name it Bob. You know, like a friend or something. Sometimes I call him Herbert instead of Bob because I get bored and I think it's funny. So, long story short, call me Harold.
798 is a lot of people. My graduating class was like maybe 80. Something like that. I don't know the exact number. Didn't really pay that much attention to how many people were in my grade, but under 100, I'm fairly certain. It was a pretty small school. And I mean, the academic competition was not fierce in that school. Yeah, there's also that. High school is a lot about memorization. I don't know if you guys can see, but have a Santa. So I graduated in 2013. So it's 8 years ago. It's been some time. Pretty sure I'm old now. Keep seeing the signs.
No, don't get me started on them. I'm liable to talk about them all day. It even drives poor old Bob crazy.
Not yet. But when we invent Mr. House's technology, we will improve it to grant us eternal youth. This is blue raspberry something today. Blue is my favorite kind of candy. Blue is always my favorite artificial flavor.
They wouldn't listen to me at all. I told them something simple, then it got done. Otherwise, Birch spent a week looking for a hidden meaning. Plus, he used to just pop in whenever he wanted and started chanting this nonsense. Sometimes I used to just sit there silently, just to make him mad. That was fun for a while. Hopefully this will all change, now that things are different. Thanks to you.
Liar. Blue crayon definitely tastes the best. Especially the blueberry colored one. Pairs well with blue paper. Went to school with this really weird kid who was always eating paper. He said pink was his favorite flavor. Very interesting child.
Oh. You wouldn't believe how they handle them. They make them drink this gunk that Poplar makes. Sometimes they just go nuts and start running around. And
I was the weird kid everywhere, sir.
Wake up and see me.
Not just at school.
They run for the hills. I'll tell you, outsiders are almost as entertaining as the tree minders. Actually, the kid is the nicest one of all. Use her
That's a
name.
new one.
She sneaks in here sometimes and just lets me talk about stuff I wanna talk about. Bob really likes her too, 'cause she makes me happy.
So I think that's basically it. Not really much else going on at Oasis.
It's good to see you again, outsider.
Well, that one's classic.
Hello again, outsider.
Hello again, outsider.
I have 18 viewers right now. Hi, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. I'm not sure where we should go now. It might not count you as a viewer because you're a mod. It's just a theory. I don't really know. Ah, very nice. Well, glad to hear it. So. We could go do this. I don't see why not. I was waiting until my science was a little bit higher so I could hack that thing. And now it is. Hey look, I already have the destination and everything. What, 'cause you typed I as viewer now? I speak out loud like that sometimes. Bleach but with lightsabers. That sounds glorious. But I want them to be lightsabers that actually look like the weapons they're replacing. 'Cause I mean that would be even cooler. Just each unique weapon but made into a lightsaber. Fallout with lightsabers would be, like, amazing. I hear them. Yeah, of course Fallout 4 has a mod for that. Yes, Mothership Zeta. I quite enjoyed it.
That's right, America. Before we were devastated by atomic war, each state had its own professional baseball team. Imagine. Perfect cloudless day.
Well, I just finished the pit.
On the horizon,
And I did rather enjoy it. I think I liked Mothership Zeta a little bit better. Just because it was just a really different terrain. I mean, I was in space.
revel in the joys of sport and sunshine, if only for an afternoon. Now, ask yourself this. What if the Capitol Congressman could live again? What if they could compete?
They went full on Bioshock Infinite with the Brotherhood of Steel.
put your faith in John Henry Eden, great
I really don't know that much about the direction they took the Brotherhood in Fallout 4. I've been caught somewhere between figuring I should just watch the videos and learn it so I know, because the chances of me discovering everything through playing it are slim. But I did already buy the game, so I mean... I have to finish playing it through at least once eventually. Yeah, once you got outside of the ship, that was pretty cool. I jumped into space just to see what would happen. Yeah, you get to go outside the ship. Which is pretty cool. Yeah, on Mothership Zeta. Like, medium-ish close to the end? If you made it to the end of the DLC, you had to have gone outside.
And now, one of my inspirational quotes. The mouth of your president, John
Well,
Henry Eden,
hello, princess.
straight to your heart. Old
What's up?
minds are like old horses. You must exercise them if you wish to keep them in working order.
That's my candy. It's not your candy. What are you doing? Oh, you just came here to beg for treats. You'd like some candy. Is that what you're saying? Well, I'm sorry, but you're not getting my candy. I know it smells like mint. And you like mint. I know. But guess what? It's my candy. See? My candy. Yeah, you're very pretty. It's not gonna get you my treat. I hear you insisting. It's not gonna happen. She's like, but I'm so cute. Just give me the treat. You don't need it anymore. You had yours. It's my turn now. She has catnip toys somewhere. She's a her. Her name is Gunterina. I have another penguin. His name is Gunter. Oh. Hello, Binks. Are you jealous? Don't worry, the floof is not getting any of the candy. Just like you do not get the candy. What do you think you're doing, madam? This is one penguin. Other penguin is probably lazing about. He is a big man. He does as he pleases. This is Penguin. Gunter and Gunterina are penguin names from Adventure Time. Sorry, no actual penguins. This is this is not the land where penguins live, in fact. Excuse me, princess. You don't even know how to play Fallout. What do you think you're doing up there?
They don't care about America. All they care about is fulfilling their own selfish desires. Let's take a tally of these
No, 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 no.
those anarchistic ruffians who roam the wastes, preying upon
Excuse me.
the so-called
Binks, let her go by, okay? Come here.
by their pseudo-knightly nonsense or supposed
Don't chase her, she doesn't like it.
United States Army. These power-armored Boy Scouts are nothing more than common criminals with access to some antiquated technology. Criminals.
All my animals have strangely assembled names.
Most important military
They're essentially all a reference to something. I didn't actually name Binks. The person who had him before me named him after Jar Jar Binks. The penguins, of course, are Gunter and Gunterina. I also have another kitty named Patches O'Houlihan from Dodgeball. I have another one named Brain, like Pinky of the Brain, because when he was little, he looked like just a little white mouse with a giant head. Just like the Brain, so that's what I named him. And I have an all-black kitten, and her name is Baby, and I named her after, like, Sherry Moon Zombie, her character in, like, House of Thousand Corpses, etc. The trilogy. I like my kitties.
Reflect upon all I have said, my American. Reflect and wait.
My kitty had kittens. It is so hard to say goodbye to kittens. You have no idea. So, now I have 4 kitties, and my roommate has 1 kitty. That's 5 kitties and a Binks all together. Yeah. Kitties are good. Like people, but better. One day the kitties will take over. And when that day arrives, they will bow to me as queen and owner of the food.
Happiness lies in the joy of achievement and the thrill of creative effort.
So I think I want to be on a different floor. So let's go up this way. Really? Minty. So it's like 9:30. Probably go for at least another half an hour. There we go.
Hostile. Target identified.
Considers me a pest. Alright.
Warning. Hostiles in area.
There. Go hunt. Good boy. Ooh. I didn't even notice that it was for 3 months when you subscribed. That's awesome. Thank you. It's gonna be so many treats for Binks. He's gonna be so excited. think I basically just want to leave here now. Right? Yeah. Yeah, you did 6 months. That was a really long one. You win the longest sub contest by like a good bit.
Along, please.
So now I want to leave. How do I get him down from here? Worked out quite well. Didn't really think that was gonna go as well as it did, with most of my hands worrying about holding onto a piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. That is true. 3 months at tier 2 is sort of like 6 months at tier 1. It's a good point.
Move along, please.
Well. I might have to go to the cupboard and get an extra special treat for Binks. Maybe we should do that. Make sure I'm not running over him. He's so pumped. He's like, oh my god, you were holding out begging strips on me all this time. I need to sit too. Ow. Oh, you are sharp. Now he wants the candy cane. My candy cane. Nunkin has. Cat already tried to literally take it out of my mouth with her paws. Mine. They can't has. I'm sure before I even opened the new bag, he could smell it and he was like, oh shit! It's bacon strips! Well, I mean, normally I wouldn't give him a whole bacon strip if I was expecting him to be getting, like, a ton of treats. But that's actually the first time this stream that somebody has used biddies to give him a treat. And then a couple times, Mr. Bailey there used his, emote for treats. It is a lot of biddies. That's why I gave him a whole bacon strip in 3 pieces, because I'm worried he'll try and, like, swallow it whole if I give him the whole thing, just out of excitement. I see you are back. Hello. The other penguin has come to see what offerings there are. Oh. I was going to pick him up, but the puppy has scared him off. He is an older boy. He's a little skittish with the new pupper. Gotta eat the dangerous point once in a while. Could murder someone with that candy cane. Nice and pointy. Binks has run off to chase a cat. Because you know how much cats love that. So, we're trying to get out of here. Hey. We did it. Good timing, because we also need to empty our pockets. Let's go see Moira. Last piece of cobbler. That sounds pretty good. Didn't really make like pie or anything to have with Christmas supper tonight. But I'm gonna cook a steak. And a baked potato. And I think that's like the best option. Other than if I could also afford lobster. Oh my god, apple crisp does sound good right now. With like some rhubarb in it. Rhubarb apple crisp is so good. Do you guys like rhubarb? Well, hello. I hope you're not trying to get to the tiny Christmas tree again. We've discussed this not being for you. Where do you think you're headed off to, little one? She's like, oh, nowhere. I'm just here to hang out on this chair, that's all. Yes, rhubarb is awesome. Yeah, man, that's pretty much exactly what I plan on having for supper. Juicy old delicious steak. Might wrap it in bacon, because why would you not if that was an option? Just have to check and see if I have some bacon to wrap it in. Pretty sure I do. Now I'm hungry. What? You had lobster option and you passed on lobster? Can I have your lobster? That sounds good, man. Whoever made you surf and turf for Christmas dinner is a good friend.
Fiddled with any interesting technology lately?
It's a personal question, Moira.
Harnessing the technology of the past and modifying it for your own purposes? That's just the thing. Tell me all about how it worked out.
Well, I suppose that's slightly different, but I mean, still. Still sound like pretty decent friends. I need a lobster supplying friend.
Well, they're only human. Or, well, made by humans. Well, probably manufactured by other robots, but you know where I'm going with this. Seems like a good thing to watch for when dealing with tech of any age. And it helps to pack a few pulse grenades, just in case. Here, have a few. Oh, and take my book on science. For some reason, I just can't get into the computer parts.
That
But
sounds
I've
pretty
got
cool.
the rest pretty much memorized.
Sounds like a pretty interesting combination indeed. I've been like back and forth between red and purple in my hair for like the last couple years. At one point, I also had like I had green and teal, like a more blue sort of teal, and purple and red or something like that all together. And it was like a peacock feather. Excuse me. You are not a Jedi. You are barely a Padawan, little one. You do not play with lightsabers. Also, you could have dropped it right on Binks. That was a rude move, little one. I'm sorry. You have earned banishment. No, 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 no. No, please, come here. Only the kitten is banished. Yeah, the cat was 100% like, fuck this. I'm making this a cat shelf now. thank you for the new subscribe. Weird, for a second I thought it looked like the Christmas tree was turned off. But it's not. It's just not very bright. But yeah, thank you so much for the new subscription. Yay! Merry Christmas to me.
It certainly is. With that last bit of info, I'm all done. For all your hard work, I want you to have this mini nuke. I kept meaning to use it to dig a well, but honestly, it just makes me nervous. Now, I just need to do a few last tweaks, and it'll be ready to print and distribute. Thanks for all the help. So cynical. No. I can take care of all that with the few traders I know. What makes you think I'd force you to handle something so dangerous? Now you should just lie back and bask in the praise for helping with the book.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Moira.
Oh my! It's brilliant! Even I'm astounded by my genius. Oh, no, it's more than that. By our genius. I'll share these with the traders, and soon
I'm glad you're
everyone
enjoying.
will know about the Wasteland Survival Guide. But now, the very first copy of our book goes to you. It wouldn't nearly be as good without your input. You're the real Wasteland Survival Guru.
Yay! Karma. What do you got? I don't know how much
Good to
money I
see
have
that
right
old
now.
house finally found an owner. I have all sorts of items and themes for that place that may interest you. Some people don't like living in a boring old house. Purchase a theme from me, and I use all of my design abilities to set your place up in the manner you request. You can choose from the Vault, Raider, Wasteland Explorer, Science, Love Machine, or pre-war themes. Feeling a bit anxious, are we? Remember, once you buy a theme, you can't sell it back to me. Although you could always purchase a new one.
But how much is it?
Well then, let's make a deal.
Hey, I have that many. Whoops. Punching stuff. Not bad. That needs repairing. There. Got a bunch more of those at home. Don't really need that many. Ta-da! And I made money.
Good hunting!
Yeah, let's just do it. Get those later.
Good hunting!
Alright, now I'm poor, but I got some cool new stuff. I'm not sure which one I want right now. Yes. Okay. I think we're done here. Let's go see the new stuff at our house. Pretty much that thing on the roof is why I went with this one. I like it. Bed's pretty cool too. Not really sure why it's down here. But that's alright. Also in this one, apparently I get liquor and clothes. And there's still food in there. Take them all. Ta-da! Alright. Good. Detox. Whoa, this room comes with a bunch of jet now. Cool. Yep. I like this one better than Vault-Tec already. This is basically just a smaller version of Dukop's place. It's exactly what I wanted. That little tree is kinda, sorta, almost like a Christmas tree. It's got lights on it. So, it's 10:04. Can remove that. That was just leading to Oasis. Now, I was never able to get into the suite in the tower. So, I don't even know what it looks like in there. Apparently you can. Maybe on the next playthrough of Fallout 3, I'll try it that way. I'm gonna have to try this game a few different ways to figure out how everything goes. Well, maybe I'll do my next playthrough as an evil one. Yeah. I know where the room is. And like at one point, someone gave me a key to it. Like after the ghouls moved in and killed everybody. What's his name gave me a key to the room, but I couldn't go in. Every time I tried to go in, it said that it was like not safe yet or something. Theoretically, you could just clip right through the door. Seems plausible, right? So, I mean, if you're gonna use console commands, you just walk right through the wall in there without killing anybody. There's an interesting idea. I understood what you meant. I was offering a second option. Have you tried it? Because, I mean, obviously I haven't. But I'd be interested to know if you tried it. I'm not sure what to do. We could go do that one. We could do some random wandering. I don't think I'm gonna stay on too much longer because I need to go make some food and stuff. I mean, this candy cane and liquor was delicious and all, but I want to get all up on that steak that's waiting for me. So, I'm tempted to call it a night here, but I'm also having fun, and I kind of want to keep playing. But I also want to go eat that steak. It's quite the rock and the hard place here. We have so much map still, like, completely undiscovered. So I've got at least one vote for I should go eat steak. We're gonna be gone for like at least an hour if I go cook steak and double baked potatoes. It's gonna be some time. I don't think you guys are gonna want to wait for me to cook it and come back. That's gonna be late. What time is it? It is already 10 after 10. That's weird. My mom said we were gonna have a Zoom call with my grandpa today, and then that never happened, and I just realized it's like 10 o'clock and it didn't happen. My grandpa's probably in bed now. Yeah, actually, now, the more I think about it, the more my stomach is like, bitch, feed me steak. So, I think possibly now is a good place to save and call it an evening. And then we will start a fresh adventure tomorrow. Steak is of great importance. So, I mean, I hope you can all forgive me. Anybody who might be watching who is not in the Discord, feel free to join. You can type into Moobot !Discord. I've also got YouTube, I've got my other social channels, and my website, and a bunch of stuff. If you're looking for it, try the Moobot. My merch is in my Redbubble shop. I don't have merch through Twitch, but I do have Mistress Mal merch in my Redbubble shop if you're interested. Thank you, Eden, for helping out with the links. Yeah, I always forget about Patreon. I do have a Patreon if anyone is interested in contributing. I have a $5 tier where you can sponsor Binks. He's run over here since I decided to gesture to him. Binks would like to come up and say goodnight, because he hears me saying goodbye, and he's like, oh my gosh, I know what that means, we're gonna go play! So Binks and his fancy bow tie say goodnight. Should we give you one more bag and strip? One more Christmas bag and strip? There, you eat that piece, and then I'll give you the other piece. You get so excited, I don't want you to choke on it. That's what she said. Yeah, good boy, you get it. Chew it. There you go. So, I hope you all had a lovely day today, whether for you it was Christmas or just Friday. They're both good days. So hopefully you all had excellent ones. And I will be seeing you tomorrow for a proper 8-hour stream from about noon to 8. Mountain time. Whatever time that is for you guys. And, yeah. Finish this off. Good stuff. Alright. Should we go make steak? Yeah? Sounds good. I hope you all have a lovely evening. I'm pretty sure I saved. Yep. So we're good to go. Does anybody have any ideas for someone that you want to raid before I sign off? I don't know if any of my people that I follow are live right now. I could send you guys to watch some Tarkov. We could do that. Is that pretty tasty? Are you still chewing it? Silly puggo. Alright. Well. Doesn't look like anyone has suggested anyone to raid. So, I mean, I'm gonna do one for the channel that I would have been hosting anyways. So, I hope you all have a lovely evening. Happy holidays if it is your holidays. And a glorious Friday to you if it is not. I hope you all have a good one, and I'll see you tomorrow. What are you doing?